A gentle journey through Christmas history. In the stillness of a winter's night, by the soft glow of a fireplace, we begin a journey back through time. Christmas, as we know it today, did not appear overnight. It blossomed slowly from many older winter traditions and stories. For as long as people have endured the long, dark nights of winter, they have found ways to bring light, warmth, and cheer into their homes. In fact, Christmas is an old and storied tradition, drawing on centuries of rituals and beliefs shared by cultures around the world. From ancient pagan festivals and early Christian observances, through medieval revelries and Victorian nostalgia, to the bright festivities of our modern era, each age has added its own thread to the rich tapestry of Christmas. In this gentle tale, we will wander through history in a slow and calming way, exploring how Christmas evolved into the beloved celebration of joy and goodwill that it is today. This story is meant to be slow-paced and soothing, a cozy fireside lecture for a winter's evening. We will travel from the snowy forests of northern Europe to the lamplit streets of ancient Rome, from quiet medieval villages to lantern-lit Victorian parlors. Along the way, we'll meet figures like the kind Saint Nicholas and the jolly Santa Claus, and see how traditions like the Yule log, carols, Christmas trees, and gift-giving all came to be. There will be no great dramas here, no sudden frights or loud alarms, only the gentle unfolding of history, like a soft snowfall covering the landscape. So fluff your pillow, settle in, and let the timeless magic of Christmas carry you off into peaceful dreams. Ancient winter celebrations. In a quiet northern village long ago, the world lay locked in winter's chill. But inside a great wooden hall, families gathered close around a crackling hearth. In Scandinavia, the Norse people celebrated Yule during the darkest days of winter. On the longest night of the year, the winter solstice around December 21st, fathers and sons would haul home the biggest log they could find from the forest. They set this Yule log ablaze in the hearth, its flames dancing and sparking upward. Everyone feasted and kept the fire burning bright, sometimes for up to 12 days until the log was completely consumed. The Norse believed that each spark that flew up from the Yule fire foretold a calf or piglet that would be born in the coming spring, a promise of new life to follow the cold winter. Outside, the nights were long and bitterly cold, yet the Yule fire's glow filled the hall with golden light, pushing back the darkness. It was a time of hope, celebrating the sun's slow return after the solstice. In many parts of Europe, late December was actually a practical time for a feast. It was when farming people often slaughtered livestock so they wouldn't have to feed them through winter, providing a rare abundance of fresh meat, and when the year's beer and wine had finally finished fermenting and were ready to drink. So midwinter became the perfect moment for a gathering. Neighbors came together to share roasted meats and hearty ale, rejoicing in the bounty of their harvest and the comfort of community. Homes were decorated with evergreen boughs, those hardy plants like holly and ivy that stay green even in snow, as symbols of life enduring through the dark season. Candles were lit to chase away the gloom. In the far north, people also told old tales during Yule. For instance, many were wary of the god Odin, whom they believed raced across stormy winter skies on a ghostly hunt, observing people and deciding who would prosper or perish. Better to stay indoors by the fire, they thought, sharing songs and stories while the cold wind howled outside. Safe in their lamplight, they exchanged small gifts and treasured the warmth and light, waiting patiently for the sun to return. Saturnalia, 1783, by Antoine-François Caulet, depicting a Roman Saturnalia banquet with its merry feasting, social role reversals, and gift-giving traditions. Now let us travel south, to a milder winter in ancient Rome. In a quiet Roman town at dusk, oil lamps begin to twinkle in doorways and laughter drifts through the streets. It is late December in the Roman calendar, and people are celebrating their most joyful festival, Saturnalia, in honor of Saturn, the god of agriculture. Normally Roman society was very strict and formal, but during Saturnalia, the usual order of things was turned upside down. For about a week, the city slipped into a festive chaos. Schools and courts were closed so that everyone could join the fun. Even enslaved people were given a holiday and allowed freedoms they wouldn't normally enjoy. Their masters might serve them dinner, an unheard-of role reversal in any other season. The streets overflowed with holiday cheer. Feasts and drinking parties were everywhere, and music and shouting filled the air in a carnival atmosphere. As part of Saturnalia, people decorated their homes with wreaths and greenery, bringing a bit of the living world inside their houses. Families lit candles and torches to symbolize the returning light after the solstice. They also exchanged small gifts, often little figurines, sweets, or candles, especially on the festival's closing days, a practice quite similar to our exchange of presents at Christmas. It was common to walk through the town shouting Io Saturnalia, the Latin equivalent of Merry Christmas, as a warm greeting to everyone. The normal social rules were relaxed or even flipped around. Masters and servants dined together, and a random commoner might be whimsically crowned king of the Saturnalia to preside over the merrymaking. People wore their brightest, silliest clothes instead of their everyday togas. They visited friends, sang songs in the streets, gambled playfully, and generally let loose. Under the glow of oil lamps and bonfires, the December darkness didn't feel so grim. Everyone was reminded that the sun would return and better days lay ahead. The Romans had other midwinter observances too. They held a festival called Juvenalia to honor the children of Rome, and on December 25th itself many worshipped the birth of the sun god Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, marking the point when the days would start to lengthen again after the solstice. To the Romans, this date symbolized the resurgence of light and the promise of spring's eventual return. Little did they know, that same date would later be adopted by a new faith for a new kind of celebration. But in those ancient times, these winter festivals, whether Norse Yule or Roman Saturnalia, all shared a common theme, bringing joy, light, and community into the coldest, darkest time of the year. The first Christmas celebrations. Now our journey carries us to the early centuries of the Christian era, where a new festival quietly begins to take shape. In a humble stone chapel on a winter's night, a small group of worshippers gathers to sing hymns honoring the birth of Jesus Christ. But interestingly, in the first few hundred years of Christianity, Jesus' birth was not commonly celebrated at all. The early Christians placed their spiritual focus on Easter, marking Christ's death and resurrection, rather than birthdays, which some of them even viewed as a pagan kind of celebration. In those early days, if you asked the Christian community whether they were going to celebrate Jesus' birthday, they might have been puzzled. The Bible provides no date for the nativity, and for a long time the idea of honoring it with a feast wasn't on the church's calendar. However, as the faith grew and spread, there came a point where the church decided that the momentous event of Christ's birth, God becoming man as a baby in Bethlehem, should indeed be commemorated. And so the story of Christmas began. By the early 4th century, church leaders were actively discussing and establishing a yearly celebration for the nativity of Jesus. But when should this celebration be held? Different dates were considered. Some thought spring made sense. After all, if shepherds heard the angels while watching their flocks by night, perhaps that happened in a gentler season, not the dead of. Ultimately, the choice settled on December 25th. The first recorded Christmas festival occurred in Rome around AD 336, during the reign of Emperor. Why December 25th? One explanation is that some early Christian thinkers calculated Jesus' conception to March 25th, the date later associated with the Annunciation, and thus his birth would fall 9 months later on December 25. Britannica.com. Another likely reason is that December 25th aligned with the winter solstice festivals already beloved by many people. Pope Julius I, in the 4th century, is traditionally credited with choosing December 25th as Christmas in an effort to adopt and absorb the traditions of the pagan Saturnalia and other solstice. In other words, converting the midwinter party into a Christian holy day was a way to make Christianity easier to embrace for the masses, by giving their familiar winter festivities a new sacred focus. Once December 25th was established in Rome as the date of the Feast of the Nativity, the custom gradually spread to other lands. The celebration reached Egypt by the 430s, and made its way to England by the late. Initially, the observance of Christmas was solemn and religious. Christians attended church to mark the holy event of Jesus' birth, often with beautiful midnight masses or dawn services on Christmas Day. Yet, outside the church, many of the old pagan winter habits persisted among the populace. Church leaders found that by holding Christmas at the same time as the traditional solstice festivals, they certainly increased the chances that people would embrace the new holiday, but they also gave up some control over how it was celebrated. In practice, people continued doing a lot of what they had always done in late December: feasting, singing, decorating their homes, and exchanging gifts, but now they did it nominally in honor of Christ's birth. One historian noted that by choosing this time, the church increased the chances that Christmas would be popularly embraced, but had to accept that it would be celebrated in many different ways. And indeed, as Christianity became dominant in Europe by the Middle Ages, it had largely replaced the old pagan religions, yet Christmas remained a holiday that mixed both the sacred and the secular, the devout and the boisterous, reflecting its dual heritage. Christmas in the Middle Ages. Imagine a medieval town on a frosty December night. The bell of the village church tolls through the crisp air, calling everyone to midnight mass on Christmas Eve. Inside the stone church, candles flicker and illuminate the faces of the congregation as they sing Latin hymns celebrating the Holy Night. But once the church service ends, a very different celebration begins in the streets. During the Middle Ages, Christmas often turned into a lively, even raucous affair, a bit like a winter carnival. In many places, Christmas was celebrated for days on end with feasting, music, and games, and the level of merry chaos could rival today's Mardi Gras. People would pour out of the churches and into the village squares and halls, ready for revelry. There were great feasts with tables laden with roasted meats, pies, and ale. Minstrels played lutes and fiddles, prompting dancing in the torch-lit courtyards. It was a time of hearty joy meant to lift spirits during the darkest time of year. In some communities, Christmas became a topsy-turvy holiday when normal order was humorously turned on its head. A common custom in England and elsewhere was to crown a lord of misrule each year, often a peasant or a student chosen to preside over the revelry. This mock lord would wear a paper crown and issue silly commands that everyone was supposed to obey. Under his rule, the social hierarchy temporarily dissolved, masters served their servants, and the rich mingled freely with the poor. Disguises and role-playing were popular. Someone of low status could play the king, and the actual nobles might play along as his subjects for the day. The idea was to inject a bit of chaos and comedy, to let off steam by play-acting a world turned upside down. During this season, it was not unusual for groups of rowdy commoners to go to the homes of the wealthy, sing songs or perform a little skit, and expect in return some good food and drink, a practice that survives in the song "We Wish You a Merry Christmas" with the line "Now bring us some figgy pudding." Refusal to be generous could result in playful pranks, or at worst, some rowdiness, so the well-to-do often complied. In this way, Christmas became a time when the normal social debts were paid and community bonds were affirmed. The prosperous opened their doors and larders to their less fortunate neighbors, at least for a day or two. It was all done in a spirit of fun and was generally good-natured, though some church leaders frowned on how unbridled it became. For ordinary folk in medieval Europe, Christmas was not just a single day but a whole season of celebration. The period we call the 12 days of Christmas stretched from December 25th through January 5th, culminating in Twelfth Night and the Feast of the Epiphany on January 6th, which, in Christian tradition, commemorates the visit of the Magi or three wise men to the infant Jesus. Because of this, many communities essentially threw a 12-day party. Christmas Day itself was often just the beginning, a day for church and a hearty feast. On December 26th, St. Stephen's Day, there might be additional gatherings or charitable traditions. It's the origin of Boxing Day, when gifts or alms were given to servants and the poor. The merriment continued through New Year's and up until Epiphany. Different days had different customs. For example, Holy Innocents' Day, December 28th, might involve children play acting as clergy in a boy bishop tradition, and Twelfth Night, January 5th, was often a time for feasting, masquerades, and the crowning of a lord of misrule for one last hurrah. By extending the festivities over nearly 2 weeks, medieval people made the most of the holiday, a bright, communal break from the toils of winter, during which normal work was suspended and time was given over to celebration. In those medieval Christmases, we would recognize some customs that still exist today, even if in a gentler form now. For instance, groups of revelers would go door to door singing songs, the early form of Christmas caroling or wassailing. Villagers might carry bowls of spiced cider or ale, wassail, and sing for their neighbors, hoping for a warm welcome and maybe a treat in return. Many families also kept the old pagan practice of the Yule log alive. They would select a large log, sometimes decorated with greenery or ribbons, and then ceremonially light it in the fireplace on Christmas Eve, letting it burn bit by bit each night for the 12 days. It was considered good luck to keep the Yule log's remnants to help start the next year's Christmas fire. Houses were decked with holly, ivy, and mistletoe, plants long associated with winter solstice festivities. The custom of hanging a wreath on the door also dates back to these times, and even earlier, to the Romans. Originally a symbol of victory and eternity, wreaths eventually took on a Christian meaning as well. All of these elements, songs, greenery, glowing fires, and gatherings, made medieval Christmas a rich blend of the sacred and the playful. It was a time when the village or town came together, seeking warmth and fellowship in tradition against the cold and dark outside. When Christmas went quiet, the centuries passed, and not every era embraced Christmas with equal fervor. In the early 17th century, a more somber and stringent mood took hold in some parts of Europe. Following the tumult of the Reformation, certain religious groups, particularly the Puritans in England, began to criticize Christmas celebrations as frivolous, wasteful, or even ungodly. They pointed out, not incorrectly, that the Bible does not actually mention the date of Jesus' birth, nor instruct anyone to celebrate it. To the Puritan way of thinking, the rowdy feasting and masking that went on at Christmas time smacked of paganism and immorality. Thus, when Oliver Cromwell and his Puritan forces came to power in England after the Civil War, they took a rather drastic step. In 1647, they banned Christmas celebrations entirely. Under Cromwell's Commonwealth government, Parliament decreed that December 25th was to be observed only as a normal day of fasting and prayer. Shops were ordered to stay open, churches were told not to hold special services. Soldiers patrolled the streets on Christmas Day, breaking up bonfires, seizing food being prepared for feasts, and in some accounts even arresting anyone who dared to decorate with holly or sing a carol. The traditional merrymaking was suppressed. Christmas, as a public festival, essentially went quiet. This dour prohibition did not last forever. The English public missed their holiday, and clandestine celebrations still occurred behind closed doors. After Oliver Cromwell's death, when the monarchy was restored in 1660 under King Charles II, one of the first things to return was the celebration of Christmas. The ban was lifted, and people resumed their festive customs with relief and enthusiasm. In diary entries of the time, one can almost hear the joy. Houses were once again adorned with evergreens, markets bustled with holiday geese and pies, and the churches rang their bells on Christmas morning as they had of old. The period of enforced silence had been just a temporary interlude. The instinct to celebrate this time of year was too strong to be kept down for long. Across the ocean in the American colonies, a similarly strict attitude toward Christmas took hold in certain regions. The Puritans of New England, even more conservative than their cousins back in England, viewed Christmas with great suspicion. To them, it was a popish, Catholic, invention at best, or a pagan corruption at worst. In the Massachusetts Bay Colony, the celebration of Christmas was actually outlawed by law from 1659 to 1681. Anyone found observing the day, by feasting, avoiding work, or other festivities, could be fined 5 shillings. A stern Puritan minister of Boston might have spent December 25th reading scripture or preaching against idleness, while any sneaky attempt to hang decorations or make mince pies would be met with disapproval. Meanwhile, in other colonies with different religious leanings, like Anglican Virginia or Catholic Maryland, Christmas was celebrated more freely with services and dinners. But overall, early America was slow to embrace Christmas. Even after the ban in Boston was lifted in 1681, Christmas remained a normal working day in much of the new country. After the American Revolution, 1776, anything seen as too English fell out of favor, Christmas included. In fact, the U.S. Congress famously even held sessions on December 25th in the early decades of the Republic, treating it as an ordinary date. It wasn't until much later, Christmas was declared a federal holiday in the United States only in 1870, that the nation as a whole officially recognized the day off for Christmas celebrations. Thus, by the early 1800s, Christmas had survived in Europe, especially in England and Germany, as a beloved feast, but in America it was still something of a patchy, informal observance. The stage was set for a revival and reinvention of Christmas spirit on both sides of the Atlantic. A Victorian revival, Christmas becomes a family holiday. By the 19th century, Christmas was ready to be reborn as something kinder and more peaceful than the rambunctious carnival of the past. In the early 1800s, there was a growing sentiment, among writers, artists, and social leaders, that Christmas could be a time not of public rowdiness, but of family togetherness, charity, and comfort. At the turn of that century, many Americans still didn't make much of Christmas. As noted, it wasn't even a national holiday until 1870, and in England the holiday had a bit of a lull among the upper classes. But change was in the air. The Industrial Revolution had uprooted many traditional lifestyles, and society was looking for anchors of stability and warmth. Christmas, with its themes of home and hearth, was ready to fill that role. Americans in particular began to reinvent Christmas, transforming it from a rowdy public event into a family-centered day of peace and nostalgiahistory.com. A few influential writers helped spark this Christmas renaissance. One of them was the American author Washington Irving, famous for The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. In 1819, Irving published a series of short stories called The Sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon, and in one section he imaginatively described a delightful old-fashioned Christmas celebration in an English manor house. In Irving's tale, a benevolent squire gathers his extended family and even the local peasants to his country estate for Christmas. Together they enjoy feasts, play games, sing, and share in a genial holiday atmosphere where social differences melt away. Irving depicted ancient customs like the Yule log burning in the great fireplace, the decoration of the hall with evergreens, and even the appointment of a Lord of Misrule to orchestrate fun and games. It was an idyllic, harmonious picture. Notably, Irving admitted he was largely inventing these old traditions to make a point, as such Christmas scenes were not common in reality at that time. But the public adored the image of a warm-hearted Christmas that bridged rich and poor. In a period of class conflict and urban problems, Irving's vision was soothing. It suggested that Christmas could bring people together across divides, offering a respite of goodwill and merriment in a rapidly changing world. Around the same time, across the Atlantic in Victorian England, another writer would have an even more profound influence on how we think of Christmas. In 1843, Charles Dickens published his novella A Christmas Carol. This beloved story tells of the cold-hearted miser Ebenezer Scrooge, who is transformed by visits from supernatural spirits into a generous, compassionate man who famously vows to honor Christmas in his heart all year round. Dickens' tale captured the public imagination. It emphasized that Christmas is a time for charity, kindness, and family, a message that struck a powerful chord in both England and America. The book's vivid scenes, a joyous family dinner at Bob Cratchit's humble home, the ethereal ghost of Christmas present revealing want and ignorance hidden under his robe, and Scrooge's own joyful redemption on Christmas morning, all helped to humanize and popularize the spirit of Christmas. In Victorian society, where industrialization had created stark divides between wealthy and poor, A Christmas Carol was a clarion call for generosity and compassion. The phrases and images from Dickens, from Bah Humbug to God Bless Us, Everyone, quickly became part of the Christmas tradition. It can be fairly said that Dickens and his story revived Christmas as a cherished holiday in Victorian Britain, highlighting its moral heart. During this Victorian era, a number of new traditions were introduced or rose to prominence, creating much of the Christmas imagery we know today. For example, the custom of decorating an indoor Christmas tree, which had existed in German-speaking parts of Europe for centuries, was popularized in Britain by Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. Prince Albert, who was of German origin, set up a decorated Christmas tree at Windsor Castle for his family. In December 1848, an illustration of the royal family gathered around this glowing tree was published in the Illustrated London News, and it enchanted the public. Seeing the beloved Queen, Prince Albert, and their children enjoying the tree made middle-class families eager to replicate the scene. Very soon, Christmas trees became a fashionable centerpiece of the Victorian English Christmas, adorned with candles, ribbons, small homemade ornaments, candies, and little gifts. This trend crossed to America as well, where by the 1850s many families, especially of German heritage, were also trimming Christmas trees. Decorated evergreen trees, once a quaint practice of a few communities, thus entered the mainstream of Christmas celebration. An 1848 illustration of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert with their family around a Christmas tree at Windsor Castle. This popular image from the Illustrated London News helped spread the Christmas tree tradition to British society and beyond. Around the same time, the world saw the first Christmas cards. In 1843, the same year Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol, a British entrepreneur named Sir Henry Cole commissioned an artist to design a festive card that he could send to his friends. The card showed a family enjoying Christmas dinner and bore the greeting, "A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you." This was the first commercial Christmas card, and about 1,000 copies were printed for sale. Initially, not everyone approved. Some thought it too informal or too focused on secular cheer, but the convenience and charm of Christmas cards caught on. By the late 1860s, sending cards had become a beloved way to stay in touch at year's end, a tradition that continues in full force today, whether by post or by email. Victorians also loved Christmas carols. Many of the old medieval carols that had fallen out of use were rediscovered and published in collections, and new songs were composed. It was in Victorian times that carols like O Come All Ye Faithful, English translation, and Silent Night, from Germany, became widely sung. Carolers would stroll down lanes on Christmas Eve, singing by lamplight, much to the delight of householders who might invite them in for a warm drink. Perhaps most importantly, Christmas in the 19th century became a holiday particularly focused on children. The concept of childhood as a special time of innocence was, to some extent, a Victorian development. Families in the early 1800s had begun to place more emotional importance on their children's happiness and experiences. Christmas fitted perfectly into this change. It provided a day when parents could dote on their children, playing games with them, telling them stories, and yes, giving them gifts, without feeling it was spoiling them. The tradition of children hanging up stockings by the fireplace on Christmas Eve became common during this period, the idea being that Santa Claus, or Father Christmas as he was often called in England, would slip in at night and fill the stockings with small treats. Toy shops in London and New York started stocking special Christmas toys, simple dolls, wooden soldiers, puzzles, and fruit or candy treats. Still, gift-giving was relatively modest by today's standards. A child might receive a few cherished items, not a room full of presents. The emphasis was on the thoughtfulness of the gift and the delight of the surprise. The Victorian Christmas was depicted in magazines and cards as a cozy domestic scene, a family gathered around a piano singing carols, or children on the parlor floor playing with new toys beside a twinkling tree, while mother and father looked on fondly. It was during this era that many people began to think of Christmas as especially the children's holiday, a time when the little ones are filled with wonder, and adults experience joy through their happiness. All these elements, the tree, the cards, the carols, the gifts, the focus on family unity and charity, formed the basis of what we now consider the traditional Christmas. By the late 1800s, both Britain and the United States had fully embraced Christmas as a cherished annual celebration. In the United States, the formerly patchy observance became nearly universal, helped along by immigrants bringing their customs, German Christmas trees, Dutch Santa Claus traditions, etc., and by the influence of literature and press. In 1870, as noted, Christmas was officially made a federal holiday in America, symbolizing its firm place in national life. The stage was now set for the final major figure of Christmas lore to take his throne, enter Santa Claus. Saint Nicholas and the evolution of Santa Claus. Of course, no Christmas story would be complete without Santa Claus, that jolly, twinkly-eyed giver of gifts who drives a flying sleigh. The character of Santa Claus, as we know him today, is actually a patchwork of history and legend, woven together over many centuries. At the heart of it lies a real person, Saint Nicholas, a Christian bishop who lived in the 4th century in a town called Myra, in what is now Turkey. Saint Nicholas was known for his extraordinary generosity and kindness, especially toward children and the poor. According to tradition, Nicholas was born around AD 280 into a wealthy family. But he gave away his inheritance and traveled the countryside helping those in need, earning a reputation as a protector of children, sailors, and the downtrodden. Many legends sprang up about him. The most famous tells how Nicholas secretly saved 3 poor sisters from a life of misery. Hearing that their father could not afford their marriage dowries, Nicholas crept by their house at night and tossed 3 bags of gold, one for each girl, through an open window, or down the chimney in later versions, which supposedly landed in their stockings or shoes left by the hearth. This act of secret gift-giving left a deep impression on the folk imagination. After Nicholas died, on December 6th, probably in the mid-4th century, he was venerated as a saint. For generations, December 6th, St. Nicholas's Day, was observed in many parts of Europe by giving small gifts to children, a way of honoring the memory of good Saint Nick. As centuries passed, the figure of Saint Nicholas took on a legendary quality. In some countries, he was depicted wearing bishop's robes, riding on a white horse, visiting homes to give gifts or candy to well-behaved children, and sometimes a bit of coal or a switch to the naughty ones. In the Netherlands, Saint Nicholas became known as Sinterklaas, a shortening of Sint Nicolaas. Dutch tradition held that Sinterklaas would arrive by ship from Spain every year in late November, then travel on horseback from town to town on the eve of his feast day, December 5th, accompanied by helpers, to distribute gifts. Dutch children would leave out their shoes by the fireplace or door, filled with hay or carrots for Sinterklaas's horse, and in the morning they'd find the hay gone and small presents or treats left in their shoes. When Dutch settlers came to the American colony of New Amsterdam, later New York, in the 1600s, they brought these Sinterklaas traditions with them. English-speaking New Yorkers had trouble pronouncing Sinterklaas and it slowly morphed into Santa Claus. However, in the early United States, St. Nicholas was just one of various Christmas gift givers. Other figures, like Father Christmas or Kris Kringle from the German Christkindl, were also known. It would take some imaginative literature and art in the 19th century to shape Santa Claus into a unified, widely beloved character. The breakthrough came in 1822, when an American professor and poet named Clement Clark Moore wrote a whimsical poem for his children titled A Visit from St. Nicholas. It was published anonymously in a newspaper the following year, 1823, and it quickly captured the public's fancy. Today, it's famously known by its first line, "'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse." In this poem, Moore reimagines St. Nicholas/Santa Claus in a new way, not as a stately bishop or a mysterious old man, but as a jolly, elf-like figure who travels in a miniature sleigh pulled by 8 tiny reindeer. Moore's Santa is a plump, cheerful, right jolly old elf with twinkling eyes, rosy cheeks, and a magic sack of toys. He slips down the chimney, fills the children's stockings with gifts, and flies off into the night with a laugh. Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Importantly, Moore named the 8 reindeer, Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen, names still used today. The poem A Visit from St. Nicholas, often called "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," was enormously influential. It spread the idea of Santa Claus as a benevolent, chubby, pipe-smoking gift-bringer who comes on Christmas Eve, not on December 6th. It moved the gift exchange to Christmas and firmly embedded the Santa tradition into American Christmas celebrations. In the decades that followed, more details were added to the Santa Claus mythos, especially through the work of illustrators. The most notable was Thomas Nast, a political cartoonist for Harper's Weekly magazine. Starting in the 1860s, Thomas Nast drew numerous Christmas illustrations featuring Santa Claus. It was Nast who gave Santa a home at the North Pole, elves to help him, and a workshop where he makes toys. Nast's drawings over the years depicted Santa as a large, fat man with a full white beard, dressed in a fur-trimmed coat. In 1881, Nast drew a famous illustration titled "Merry Old Santa Claus" for the January issue of Harper's Weekly, showing Santa with a big belly, a cheerful smile, armfuls of toys, and wearing a red suit with white fur trim. The red color was actually added later in colorized versions. Nast's original was a black and white woodcut, but it clearly established the look. This image, and others by Nast, really solidified the modern visual of Santa Claus, the same one we know today. From then on, Santa was generally portrayed as a portly, friendly older man in a red and white suit, carrying a sack of gifts, often with a sleigh or reindeer nearby. Thomas Nast's 1881 illustration "Merry Old Santa Claus" helped establish the modern look of Santa Claus as a rotund, jovial man with a white beard and armful of toys. As Santa's legend grew, so did new customs to celebrate him. By the late 1800s, children in America were writing letters to Santa Claus, sometimes even burning them in the fireplace so the ashes would carry their wishes up the chimney to the North Pole. Live Santa Claus appearances also began around this time. For example, in 1890 a Massachusetts businessman named James Edgar decided to dress up as Santa at his dry goods store, creating the very first department store Santa to the delight of visiting children. This idea proved brilliant and soon stores all over were inviting Santa to come meet and amuse children during December. It added a touch of magic for youngsters to actually see Santa Claus in person, and of course, it didn't hurt the store's sales either. In the 20th century, the Santa Claus figure became globally recognized, promoted heavily through media and advertising. In the 1930s, Coca-Cola's holiday advertisements famously featured a rosy-cheeked Santa, painted by artist Haddon Sundblom, which further popularized the consistent image of Santa in a red suit in countries even beyond the United States. Santa also acquired some new friends in mid-century lore, notably Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, who was introduced in 1939 in a marketing booklet for the Montgomery Ward department store. The story of the little reindeer with a glowing nose who guides Santa's sleigh through a foggy Christmas Eve night became an instant classic, especially after the song Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was recorded in 1949. It's a charming example of how even a commercial creation can fold into the folklore of Christmas and feel like it's been with us all along. By now, Santa Claus had truly come into his own as the embodiment of Christmas joy. Every Christmas Eve, countless children around the world go to bed excited, imagining Santa and his flying reindeer streaking across the sky. Stockings are hung by chimneys in expectation of his visit. Treats like cookies and milk, or mince pies and sherry in some cultures, are left out as a snack for the jolly visitor. And in the morning, eyes shine as brightly as any Christmas star when the little ones discover that Santa did indeed come, leaving presents behind. The evolution of Santa Claus, from St. Nicholas's acts of kindness, to the Dutch Sinterklaas, to Clement Moore's poem, to Thomas Nast's illustrations, is a beautiful thread linking the ancient to the modern, all rooted in the simple joy of giving. Christmas in the modern age. As the 20th century progressed, Christmas grew into a truly global celebration, one that transcends religious boundaries and is observed, at least in its secular aspects, by people of many cultures around the world. Cities like New York, London, Paris, Sydney, and Tokyo all light up during the late year with glittering decorations, and familiar carols play in many languages. The modern era also brought significant changes to how Christmas is experienced, particularly with the rise of consumer culture and mass media. The weeks leading up to Christmas became the busiest shopping season of the year in many countries. By the mid-1900s, it was commonplace to see bustling crowds in stores throughout December, all searching for the perfect gifts for family and friends. Shops would adorn their windows with elaborate Christmas displays, and city streets hung with lights and banners drew throngs of shoppers. In the United States, the period between Thanksgiving and Christmas became crucial for retailers, and phrases like Black Friday, for the big shopping day after Thanksgiving, entered the lexicon. Huge shopping sprees became as much a symbol of the season as Santa Claus or evergreen trees, causing some to complain that the true spirit of Christmas was being lost amid all the rampant advertising and push to buy the newest and shiniest goods. It's true that Christmas became highly commercialized. Advertisers embraced the holiday eagerly. You'd see Santa Claus selling everything from Coca-Cola, in those iconic 1930s ads, to furniture, cars, and kitchen appliances. The pressure to buy gifts and the spectacle of holiday sales became a routine part of the season. As early as the 1860s, we saw evidence of this. Macy's in New York, for instance, kept its store open until midnight on Christmas Eve in 1867 to accommodate last-minute shoppers. By the 20th century, this had evolved into entire Christmas marketing campaigns, with radio and then television filled with Christmas jingles urging people to give the latest toy or gadget as a gift. This trend sparked perennial commentary. Writers like Harriet Beecher Stowe in the 1850s and many after her lamented that too much focus on lavish spending might drown out the simple joys of the holiday. Even now, one often hears and reads critiques about the commercialization of Christmas. And yet, through all the tinsel and advertisements, the heart of Christmas has proven resilient. Many families and communities consciously try to keep the focus on togetherness, generosity, and gratitude. Acts of charity are especially prominent during the season. Think of the volunteers ringing bells next to Salvation Army kettles on street corners, a tradition that started back in the 1890s to collect donations for the poor at Christmas time. Food banks, toy drives, and charitable events see peak activity as people embody the principle of helping the less fortunate so that everyone can share in the holiday cheer. Churches and civic groups organize free meals or winter coat donations. It's widely considered a season of giving, and not only in terms of wrapped presents for friends and family, but also extending kindness to strangers in need. Modern Christmas has also become a time of rich cultural creativity, music, movies, and stories that add to the tradition. Many of the most popular Christmas songs were written in the 20th century: White Christmas, 1942, Silver Bells, 1950, The Christmas Song, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire, 1945, and so on, which have become classics. Christmas movies, from the earnest It's a Wonderful Life, 1946, to the humorous Home Alone, 1990, have become part of holiday rituals for many families. Communities often celebrate with tree lighting ceremonies in public squares, Christmas markets, a lovely practice borrowed from German tradition where vendors sell crafts, hot drinks, and treats from wooden stalls, and parades, like the Grand Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in New York, which ends with Santa Claus arriving to mark the start of the Christmas season. Importantly, Christmas in the modern era is both a religious holy day and a secular festival. For practicing Christians, the day, and the Advent season leading up to it, remains a time of spiritual reflection and joy at the birth of Jesus. Church services on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day are filled with carols and candles, reenactments of the Nativity, and messages of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. For many others, including non-Christians, Christmas has a more cultural meaning, a time to gather with loved ones, exchange gifts as tokens of affection, and take part in communal festivities. In many countries, even those without a Christian heritage, you'll see some public acknowledgement of Christmas, whether it's Santa Claus figures in stores in Japan, secular Christmas songs playing in parts of India, or decorative lights in cities of predominantly other faiths. It's quite remarkable how the themes of Christmas, hope, joy, generosity, and goodwill have proven so universally appealing. The holiday has an almost chameleon-like ability to mean different things to different people, yet somehow bring them together in celebration. Finally, as we reflect on Christmas today, we can appreciate how it really is a mosaic of all the times that came before. When we light our homes with twinkling lights and set up an evergreen tree, we echo the ancient peoples who lit fires and decorated with greens to push back the darkness of winter. When we exchange gifts, we carry on a custom shared by those Romans at Saturnalia and the devotees of Saint Nicholas who secretly delivered gold. The very term Yule still survives as a synonym for Christmas, harking back to those Norse celebrations under the northern sky. The carols we sing might include a medieval hymn like Good King Wenceslas alongside a modern pop song, all part of the tapestry. And the image of Santa Claus arriving with gifts ties us back to half-remembered legends of a generous saint, given new form by storytellers and artists of more recent times. Tonight, perhaps you sit by your own Christmas tree, its tiny lights flickering like stars, and a feeling of peace settling in your heart. Outside, the snow, or maybe rain, or the clear cold night, falls gently, and the world is quiet. You can almost sense, if you listen closely, the echoes of those countless winter nights across the millennia. The merry shouts of Io Saturnalia, from Roman revelers, the crackle of a great Yule log in a Viking longhouse, the soft chanting of monks at a midnight mass in a medieval cathedral, the laughter of a Victorian family reading a Christmas carol aloud by the fire, the faint jingle of a sleigh bell as Santa Claus makes his rounds. All these layers live within the Christmas we celebrate today. In the end, what is Christmas about? It seems, throughout its long journey, a few constants remain: light in the darkness, hope in despair, and kindness and togetherness to sustain us through life's winter seasons. Christmas has always been a time when people pause to share what they have, whether it's food, gifts, or simply companionship, and to remember that even in the coldest, darkest time of year, there is warmth to be found in human fellowship and love. May this gentle history of Christmas lull you into pleasant dreams, as if you've been listening to the low murmur of a grandfather by the hearth telling old tales. The details change with each century, but the heart of the story remains. Christmas is when we celebrate the enduring human faith in goodness and renewal, our collective desire to bring a little joy to the world, just as the dawn brings back the light. And so, as you drift off, imagine that warm light glowing through all the ages of Christmas past, and know that by celebrating today, you too become a part of that beautiful, ongoing story. Sleep well, and Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.